today's session, we'll have a few rounds of questions for our panelists, and then we're also going to be open to questions from the audience. So I do encourage you, if you have questions, to hold on to them, and we'll try to get to them towards the end. But let's kick off, and let me start off with Mariana, who I've had the good pleasure of getting to work with for the past couple of months, year at this point. She currently works at OES and manages their project of creating a career path in cybersecurity. With a long history of working to expand opportunities across the region and bringing expertise on topics like social innovation, she has been a real driver, especially in an ITU OAS project, on how we can take this systems approach to capacity development. So Mariana, can you tell us more about this new framework and the systems approach, especially on how we can identify existing gaps in cybersecurity, in the capacity building efforts, and then how we can actually help countries devise specific approaches and initiatives to building capacity across their broader ecosystem?
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Caroline. And well, the idea of this new framework that you will see in a bit on the screen, and you also have copies of the report. It's the latest draft of the report also.
Can I jump in and just, if the technical staff in the back can put the PowerPoint on the screen?
Thank you. You will see in the meantime in your chairs, in a couple of chairs, you should see a copy of the draft report if you're interested in getting a look at that. It says draft because you're the first to see it, actually. So it's you're lucky to see this first version, and we hope to also see your comments and your questions and what you think about it as well. It'll help us definitely as we move forward. So the idea, here we see it on the screen. So the idea of this new framework is that we think about understanding national cybersecurity education capacity as a system, and that will help us identify also, as Caroline was mentioning, where there might be gaps and where there might be leverage points, opportunities to develop more targeted approaches and targeted interventions towards cybersecurity education capacity. So when we think about the system, an example that we actually like to use and that we use in the paper is to think about the system as a bike. So within the bike, we have different components. We have the gears, we have the pedals, we have the brakes, right? And the bike, with the interactions between all the different components, it completes a function, right? That is to make the bike go take you places. So the idea is that all these components are related to each other, and when one of these components fails, for example, when your brakes fail, it will affect not only the other components but the function of the system as well. And on the other hand, we have the environment, the enabling environment, as we call it. That is all the mechanisms that will also affect how the system functions, how the bike functions in this sense. So as we have, for example, it would be very different to ride your bike in a beach, in a sandy beach, than to ride your bike in a paved road, right? So this is how we try to think about cybersecurity education capacity, where we have the different components that we identified as school curricula and programs, tertiary education and research, awareness and culture, administration and governance, and training and certification. So we have all these components and their interactions that you can see on the screen. And then we have the environment as well in which they exist as part of this system. And we have the different cybersecurity education capacity stages that are basically the stages that a person goes through from early childhood until retirement in their career pathway, basically. So it's in the next slide, please. Yeah. There you can see like the different arrows and how all these different components interact with each other and interact along the cycle of the cybersecurity education capacity stages. So the idea is that when we think about this different interrelationships, we can have a more accurate mapping of what the cybersecurity education capacity system looks like. And this will allow us to first identify gaps, identify also some leverage points, and build more targeted interventions that will also allow us to maximize resources, because we also developed this in mind with the idea that low and middle income countries also have limited resources, right? And they have competing priorities with other sectors. How will we come up to our governments, right, and say, okay, we need to develop more cybersecurity capacity when we have also other priorities in areas like health, education, security. So the idea is that we use then these limited resources, knowing the local context, knowing the gaps, the leverage points, to develop interventions that can have greater impact more limited resources. So an example of this, for example, and with this I will give the word back to Caroline, is when we think, for example, of a country where the students, for example, and this happens to us a lot in Latin America, actually, and some of the students that I have worked with, where they don't have a lot of awareness about what a cybersecurity career is. If we go straight towards developing cybersecurity courses at a university level, this might not be the best approach, because we know that we have this gap already with aspirations for a cybersecurity career. So a more proper approach here that we will know by knowing our system would be to develop awareness and aspiration for cybersecurity as a career first, before developing the cybersecurity courses. So with this, I give it back to Caroline. Thank you.
Well, let me not let you off the hook quite yet, because I just want to ask you a little bit, given your experience, what you've been seeing in Latin America and in the Caribbean, what are some of the key issues how you've seen this play out, and what the issues are that they're facing?
Perfect, thank you. So in terms of the challenges, I think we've talked a lot about the skills gap, right? How we have more than 3 million, say 4 million vacancies in the cybersecurity sector. And we also have the gender problems as well, since we are not using the full workforce, right? We're leaving a big portion, a big important portion out of the cybersecurity industry. We have a very big lack of diversity in cybersecurity. So I think these are some of the issues that we've seen, especially from the demand side of the cybersecurity. And then from the supply side, also we've seen, I see constantly the issue of the lack of aspiration, or of, and not of aspiration, but of awareness of cybersecurity as a career. And that I think is the priority, not priority, but one of the first issues that we see in the region, where students that we actually try to train for the first time in cybersecurity, for example, they learn a little bit about it and they're very interested in it, but then they're like, okay, but how can I continue? And they don't know how to continue, because there's not a very established path about how they can continue, or information about this. And then on the other side, we also have a lack of cybersecurity courses, of cybersecurity programs. We have some that have already been developed, but we are needing also a more structured approach to building cybersecurity education capacity. I think that's one of the most important things. Structured, what do I mean by structured is, for example, when we have people talking to each other, I think that's one of the most important things. Stop not working in silos, but having academia, talking to industry, talking to government, and developing cybersecurity courses and cybersecurity certifications, for example, that also tackle the needs, the real needs of the market. Because if we have academia, government, and the private sector not talking to each other, what winds up happening is that we can have the supply, for example, of programs that not necessarily tackle the real needs and create the real skills, knowledge that we will need in the cybersecurity market in the future. So those are some of the challenges.
Thank you for that. On that, let's transition over to Gillian, because I want to touch on one of those levers. One of the levers that is often used to address some of the challenges that you've mentioned is financing, and the World Bank plays a very large role in that, as well as contributing to a lot of research. Gillian, you are the World Bank's Senior Digital Development Specialist in cybersecurity, and you have a long history of working in the field across ICT development. How is the World Bank approaching this as an international financial institution?
Sure, Caroline. And first, let me thank EITU and UAS for organizing this important session. It's really a pleasure to be here. So actually, the World Bank is a bank, but we also produce knowledge. So we just published a few weeks ago a policy brief on how to boost cybersecurity skills development in developing countries. So we brought a few copies in the entrance. I have a copy myself, I'm lucky. And you can also find the copies online at worldbank.org/digital development. So, in the policy brief, Caroline, what we advocate for is the adoption of a holistic and strategic approach to skill development, which I think is very much aligned with the systems approach proposed by the NTU and the OAS. Now, I think it may sound a little bit abstract for the audience. What does it mean in practice? What do we actually mean concretely? So the first thing we're recommending to governments in this field is to start with a thorough assessment of the current needs and gaps in the cybersecurity workforce. So, Carol, you just mentioned there is worldwide a 4 million gap, like 4 million vacancies worldwide. Now, how does that translate at the country level? Right, so if you take the example of Ghana, for instance, how many pen testers is Ghana going to need in 2 years? How many CISOs? How many CERT analysts? And the only way to answer those questions is to do a thorough assessment in the country. It's actually something the World Bank is doing right now, and we are doing it in Sierra Leone. We're partnering with the government and with other key stakeholders, like operators of critical activities, to precisely understand which roles are needed and how many people in each role are needed. So it's a really important first step, because too often governments may want to jump ahead. They want to reform curricula, but they don't even know what is the actual need. So assessment is really something we would recommend. The second thing we recommend is the adoption of a comprehensive action plan that goes throughout the education system. And I completely agree with everything you just said. So too often we think about universities, which is a key actor. Obviously, we cannot do it without universities. But there are also other actors that are really important. One of them is what we call in the education world the TVET tracks, or technical vocational education and training. Those typically are shorter programs. In some countries, it's outside of universities. But for instance, if you want to become a CERT analyst, you don't need a master's degree. You can do a 1-year program, maybe 2 years program, and you can get the skills you need. Now, if we look at the countries that are the most successful, I'm thinking about the UK or France, for instance. Indeed, they start very early. So they understood the need to spot talent, to nurture talent, and to spark the interest for cybersecurity very early on. So it starts as early as high school, even middle school. There's a program in the UK called Cyber First, which actually starts in primary schools with awareness raising on cybersecurity. So we need to start early on to make sure we got the right talent that shows us cybersecurity careers. And maybe one last thing I wanted to highlight for the round is you mentioned the gender gap. So if you look at data worldwide, women only represent 25% of the workforce, which means we have a huge potential to grow the workforce by recruiting more women into cybersecurity studies and cybersecurity careers. And there's a role for governments here, right? So governments can raise awareness, they can promote female leadership in cybersecurity, and they can also support programs that focus specifically on women. So there's one that I like in particular. It's a program called Cyber Girls Fellowship. It's from Nigeria. It's supported by the Cyber Safe Foundation. It trains now around 1,000 women every year into cybersecurity careers. It's a short program. It's 9 months. It's free for the students. It's mainly based on donations by the private sector. And it's really delivering great results. So I think the question we have today is really how do we scale those success stories to the scale we need to really deliver the results we need for this 4 million gap worldwide.
Thank you for that. We're going to come back to you in just a moment because I think some of what you touched on links to some of the work some our other panelists are doing. But Randy, Gillian brought up the role of universities, and you are the Associate Director for Cybersecurity Policy at Florida International University's Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. That's a bit of a mouthful. But you oversee the Institute's international cybersecurity capacity building efforts across Latin America and the Caribbean and the Balkans. So I was wondering, could you give us some examples then, especially building on that, given the role that a university plays and beyond, what work you've been doing in Latin America and the Western Balkans?
No, thank you for that, and thank you for having me on this panel. I think there's a traditional role of academic institutions as a whole, from the K-12 development to community college, vocational schools, and universities, of course. But I think with this environment, it's starting to shift, right? Where universities can play a key role, not just in the education aspect of it, but the skills development, the task development, the implementation abilities particularly around cybersecurity capacity building efforts, right? So the example for FIU, and I know a number of institutions, Purdue is one of them, I know University of West Florida is doing it, and there's a number of other institutions around the United States and Europe, as well as, you know, larger universities around the world, doing implementation. And the reason why is academic institutions provide a unique perspective on a lot of issues. It's grounded in foundational, rigorous research and skills development, because these are the requirements that we have to get that said education, that said certification, that said degree. So it's extremely important to utilize the expertise and the network and, frankly, the flexibility of academic institutions, because while building curriculum might take a long process, using your expertise to go into the regions that we're working in and provide subsidiary education to train the trainers, or supporting government institutions with executive leadership training like we did with the OAS in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a lot of flexibility to be able to do that. Now, it's going to take some time to get all academic institutions on board, right? Because oftentimes we're told, oh, we're just educators, right? So we've kind of created that self-doubt in our minds that we're not implementers, we're researchers, when the reality is we have a key important role. At the end of the day, private sector governments are going to recruit. And where are you most likely to recruit from? Academic institutions, even if it's K-12 institutions. So the expectation from private sector and governments is that we're going to go and we expect them to have a certain level of competency, and then we can take them from 80% to that 100%. And the same goes to capacity building efforts. The train-the-trainer concept for academic institutions and for FIU is, let's get you to 80%. Let's give you the curriculum. Let's share our best practices that we've done in other regions. Let's not remake the wheel, particularly on what's actually going out there and being successful. And let's get you to 80%, with the hope that the government with that training and academic institutions with that training can now implement it within their own country to sustain it long term.
So it sounds like with that, it's really about also empowering governments, empowering the beneficiaries to become their own teachers, develop their own ecosystems, and not just having it be a one-way relationship. But with that, I wanted to ask you how that change has played out. How have you seen countries actually take up those efforts? And if there are any specific examples you can give on that.
Sure. My favorite example is what we saw with USAID's CEDAR program, right? And the work that they were doing in Ukraine, and then subsequently, more recently, what we're doing in North Macedonia and Serbia. So there's two major things. The first is we're doing a lot of train-the-trainer activities, right? And we're working with not just university professors, which is creating the next generation of talent, but working with public sector officials in certain sectors, the energy sector, the financial sector, and other sectors there, to provide them the skills. Now, we don't do this in a silo. We don't say this is what you need, right? When we're doing those assessments that are ultimately critical, we're doing it through a survey-based result, right? The academic rigor that I was talking about, that academic methodology. And we're surveying them on saying, what are your needs? What are the things that you would be most beneficial to you to get that kind of training? So one of those things that we saw in the survey was the need for cyber physical systems training, IoT security training, digital forensics and incident response training. So what did we do? We built those courses into it. We provided the curriculum. We provided physical tools that they can then recycle and share amongst universities. But now we're also bringing the universities together across the country and bringing government institutions from different institutions. And it's kind of like therapy in a way, because now they're like, oh, you're doing the same thing I'm doing. Let's reduce redundancy. And then the second side of it is there's that recognition that we've talked about, and Guy Sikatia here, and they did a great presentation yesterday about the gender-based, inclusion, particularly in the cybersecurity field. So one of the things that we're doing is a cyber pathway for women's program in Serbia and Macedonia. And the goal for that is, if you want to be it, you have to see it, right? So I'll give you a brief anecdote from my childhood. I grew up first-generation American, but from a Cuban household. I wanted to be a baseball player. Why? Because everyone that would look like me was a baseball player, right? And we had that same issue at FIU, which was we wanted to increase female participation, but we had no women faculty. So we made a concerted effort to bring in more women, to recruit from the K-12. We held a series of Cyber Day for Girls activities with IBM, and the goal here was essentially create that level of awareness and show that the career is possible. And all of our mentors are females within our program. So we're going to take that to North Macedonia and Serbia here in February, March timeframe, and we're going to engage that community. And we're going to do it not by having me speak, I'll speak certainly, but let's bring in some of the top women leaders from the Balkans, from Europe, from the United States, and other parts of the world and say, this is an opportunity. And again, that concept of if you can see it, you can be it, but sharing those best practices of saying, this has worked in the United States. This has certainly worked at FIU. Will this work in the Balkans? We're going to do it, but we're going to work with the region to do it.
Thank you. See, we just had the Deputy Prime Minister of North Macedonia here yesterday, so hopefully she'll be supporting that work as well.
Yes, she is.
But I wanted to transition over to Sebastian. And Sebastian, you're also doing similar work in terms of helping countries design, develop, improve, and or assess cybersecurity workforce ecosystems through your work as Chief Corporate Development Officer at PGI and CREST's Middle East. Americas, Europe, and the Middle East. And I wondered if you could comment a little bit about, again, some specific examples of why we need an ecosystem approach and how you've seen it in action.
Well, thank you very much, Caroline. And again, echo the thanks to ITU and OAS for inviting me to the panel, but more importantly, producing this really fascinating report and piece of research. And also thanks to World Bank for the companion piece. I was thinking this is going to be a really dull panel because we're all going to end up furiously agreeing on absolutely everything. Because yes, there should be a systems approach. Yes, it should be holistic. Yes, it should start with an assessment. You know, what's the controversy on this group going to be? I mean, I'll stay away from that at this stage. But I would just back up the requirement for the ecosystem. Too often, we're faced with countries coming to us and saying, there's a big problem. We've got a cyber skills gap. It's 4 million around the world, and we've got one too. You know, we want to do some training. I was like, oh, okay, really, training? Oh no, maybe we want to fix the universities. Okay, good. Yeah, fix the universities. That's always a quick process. No, cyber first for girls, because in 20 years' time we'll then have lots of female cybersecurity professionals. Or, you know, no, professionalize. Set some really tough exams that no one can pass, but those that do will be really, really good. And the answer is, of course, you've kind of got to do all of it. And most of the time, you need to think about that system, that bicycle, where it is you want to ride it, how fast it's going to need to go. And that goes back, as Gillian said, back to that assessment. I'll introduce my first tiny piece of disagreement at this point, because I think before you can do the assessment, you need to know what you're assessing against. And I'm sure that's absolutely in the guidance, but I'd just like to underline that for this audience. What are you going to look for, and how are you going to define it? So, as an example, we did a piece of work funded by the UK government for the government of Jamaica, who are looking to build a Caribbean, an Eastern Caribbean cyber academy. We wanted to convene a stakeholder group to tell us what skills they needed, but everyone was coming back and defining their skills in very different ways. Like, for someone, it's a cyber defense analyst. For another, it's a SOC analyst. For someone, it's a penetration tester. For another, it's a system security assessor. Ultimately, they're talking about the same thing, but they're using very different words for it. So, baseline, where do we go back to? Of course, the good old NIST framework. That is, of course, a brilliant piece of work, but it's jolly big, and there's an awful lot of roles in it. And if you're a small country, where your largest cybersecurity team is probably 10 people, maybe 80 to 90 job roles in 5 proficiency levels isn't a hugely helpful starting point. So how, before you go and use that, are you going to just simplify it a little bit and perhaps pick out those really key career streams and really key roles that you know are going to be needed? And then, as the Jamaican government was able to do, then essentially ask people what they needed in those terms, get them to redefine, There's also been a great piece of work recently in Oman, again funded by the UK government, where the Omanis have taken what was originally the Saudi cybersecurity workforce framework, SIUF, and have redefined that as the Omani cybersecurity workforce framework, CIRO, mainly by deleting roles which just don't exist in Oman at the moment, and therefore there's no point in including it in the assessment. So strip it down, simplify it, get something really portable and user-friendly, and then you can move very quickly off the assessment stage and into the doing stage, which is where we all want to be, where you're actually creating new cybersecurity professionals.
So building on that, because it sounds like we're in the challenge of you need to be building this bicycle as you're riding it through some very, very marshy, unfriendly grounds. Ghislaine, I'm going to go back to you because this question of then, with assessments, from our little bit of a peek there on what kind of assessment should be done. So how can the cybersecurity capacity building community assess then the capacity, especially for low and middle income countries, to effectively absorb and implement these cybersecurity efforts?
It's working now, I think. That's great. Sure. So, I think for the research we just published, we looked around the world at what countries are doing to do so, and trying to identify the best practices. And the one factor that really came up was that most of the successful initiatives were relying on multi-stakeholder partnerships, right? So it's not the governments alone doing it, it's not the universities alone doing it. They always partnered with the private sector, with civil society, to assess and then to develop programs to grow the cybersecurity workforce. So, there are a few advantages to multi-stakeholder partnerships. Number one, they enable you to transfer knowledge from the top performing players, because in cybersecurity, it's the private sector that is driving innovation. So if you want to really get the top-notch knowledge, you need to work with the private sector. So for that, that's really useful. Often the partnerships also rely on online platforms, online learning platforms, which helps to reduce costs and to maximize reach as well. So it's kind of a win-win situation, if you will. And we see a few really great examples around the world. So in Dubai, for instance, the government partnered with a French company called Thales to develop cybersecurity skills, and they're really seeing really good results. There's another initiative I like a lot, which is called Cyber Shishka. It's Microsoft in India. They're partnering together to train female engineers graduate into cybersecurity roles. And once again, they're reaching 1,000 graduates per year now. So I think the partnerships part is really an important aspect to it.
Thank you for that on the partnerships. And then, because that sets up my next question, and I think I'm going to turn back to you, Sebastian, on this one about public-private partnerships specifically. When we're looking to optimize all of the activities going on, and I think I've heard a lot from talking to people here in the audience and during the conference earlier, we want to do more public-private partnerships. We want to work with the private sector. So how do they build that bridge? Where should, especially since this audience, we heard that there were a lot of people from the government, where should they start? And based on your experiences, how can we make that successful, not just in the short term, but in the long term as well?
So I think echoing the point, the private sector is where a lot of the innovation is, and certainly when it comes to those sort of short-term tactical fixes that you can make to the workforce, quickly adding the brakes as you trundle along on your bicycle through the rocky terrain, it's probably going to be done by the private sector rather than, dare I say it, the more traditional higher education sector. They probably won't be the very best brakes for the very longest period of time, but they'll at least slow you down while the longer-term interventions are coming in. So I think the role for the private sector is also hugely important because, after all, in most places, we represent the majority of the employers. So we're where the jobs are going to come from. And assuming that most people are studying cybersecurity because they ultimately want to be paid to be a cybersecurity professional, working hand in glove with the private sector so the private sector can explain what it is it's looking for, so that exactly as Randy says, as people come off that production line, they are 80-90% job ready rather than 30%, and the employer can just put them straight into a higher earning role rather than put them into a job where they're having predominantly to learn and can't be given much unsupervised to do, is again important. So obviously private sector, public sector and academia can work together to define what exactly it is you need in the workforce, what you're going to employ tomorrow if it pops out of the higher education system, what you think you're going to employ in 5 years' time, as it takes a bit longer to get there. As mentioned in the Dubai example, the cyber range provider is incentivized both commercially and also through its own internal requirements to keep its cyber range bang up to date. It's not installed and then left gently decaying. It gets updated to reflect even more complex challenges as they're required. And it's the same with training providers. Commercial training providers, we know no one is going to take our courses unless they are absolutely delivering the skills, the knowledge, the certifications that employers are looking for. So we have to change our courses very quickly. So some of the public-private partnership cyber academy examples, typically on a build, operate and semi-transfer model where the build is done by the private sector, the operation initially, the training is initially provided by the private sector trainers, while course material is handed over and trainer training is done for the academic or government partner. But probably there'll then be some kind of a licensing agreement relating to the course material so that the private sector continues to keep that course material and the supporting hands-on technology like the cyber range up to date while the courses are taught. The exit strategy for those who don't like continually having to pay licensing fees to the private sector, just structure it so there's an end point. Make sure that after 3 years or whatever, the full transfer takes place, but make sure that you've actually structured into the arrangement the ability to have your own technical people trained as well as your trainers trained so that they can operate and service and build the ongoing hands-on material alongside the updating of the training material. Sorry, you asked for a specific example. Jordan was quite good for that one.
So playing off what you said, thinking more of the long-term piece of it, and the report does a really good job of doing this, is talking about the culture and awareness aspect of it, right? Because what we're talking about is specific cybersecurity talent. What we haven't talked about is how do we educate HR professionals that are posting job descriptions and recruiting said talent. What we're not talking about is those in tourism management that's deciding whether or not to put Alexa devices in every hotel room, right? So these are also the folks that we need to educate, and that's a cultural and awareness thing. And that's just from a long-term recruitment standpoint, right? If you want the talent of the future, you need to show them the option when they're younger, right? When I was growing up, you could either be a lawyer, a doctor, or join the military. Naturally, I joined the military because that's all I could be, right? But those are kind of the options. When are we going to go to as a child, I can be a cybersecurity professional as a career, right? I really like technology. I like playing with technology. And frankly, this next generation is going to be so much better at technology than we are, right? And with that said, thinking about how is things like artificial intelligence going to impact the cybersecurity field within the next 10 to 15 years. I'm a firm believer that cyber threat intel analyst positions won't really exist in the way that we see them today because of artificial intelligence, right? So how are we planning to get ahead to that? And if we do it right, and we start the cybersecurity culture, not just within the governments and the private sector and academic institutions, but at a young age, hopefully we're prepared in about 18 years to meet the risks that are going to be there.
So it sounds like the payoffs that we're looking at, they're not going to be happening in 6 months, not in a year. It's going to be long term, and that's what we're really talking about, building that, again, that bicycle that will take us the full distance, not just the next street over. On that, though, I know there are a lot of development practitioners here, and I wanted to turn to you, Mariana, and ask, so how can we then translate some of this into the development work that's happening around digital transformation? And Galena as well, that this question for you after Mariana.
Thank you, Caroline. I think, well, first of all, how many people from more development backgrounds or development practitioners do we have in the room? Okay, so we have a lot. And how many of you, maybe a couple years back, thought you would be working in cybersecurity, or how many of you thought maybe cybersecurity had nothing to do with development? Okay, we don't have anyone. Okay, good. This is pretty good. So you can probably answer the question better than I can. So I think when we think about cybersecurity and development, it's funny because I like to start with a personal anecdote, actually. I'm also from the development side. I did international affairs with development as my bachelor's many years ago. And when I started in cyber, I was like, what am I doing here? What does this have to do with anything that I studied? And then I realized it has everything to do with it, especially now that we're in a post-pandemic world, and that with the increase of use in ICTs, and we always hear about the accelerated digital transformation in many of our countries, we see that brought up a lot of opportunities, but also a lot of threats. So we need to start seeing cybersecurity as a part of international development. And in terms of cybersecurity education, a way that I like to see it a lot is linking it to the Sustainable Development Goals. On one side, linking it to education and the quality education for everyone, and on the other side also for gender equality. And on quality education, I think that's a piece that I'm actually pretty passionate about. We have one of our programs that Caroline mentioned when she introduced me, that's called Creating a Career Path in Cybersecurity, where we build skills for youth from low and middle income communities in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think with this it shows how linked everything is as well, because we're basically not only developing skills for and promoting skills for the next generation of cybersecurity professionals and reducing, hopefully, the skills gap in the future, but we're also equipping youth that maybe don't have the opportunities with the skills to thrive in this new environment that we have now, as Randy mentioned, with artificial intelligence and with the increasing use of technology and the increasing need for all these skills. We're equipping them with the skills that they will need in the future to be successful, to have a successful job. And on the other side, with the issue of gender, we also need to be more, and this is something I heard in a panel yesterday as well, to be more intentional about really promoting diversity in the field. And as Randy was mentioning, making sure that we do have role models there for women and girls to see themselves and be like, okay, this is a career I can actually aspire to. And building targeted interventions as well, where we can build skills for more women and girls to enter the cybersecurity industry. And with this, I will give it back to Guylaine. I think that a great way of doing this is knowing what we're working with, right? So going back to the system and to our bicycles. Do our brakes work? Do our pedals work? Are we going to be stranded in the middle of the beach? So knowing what are our gaps, what are our leverage points, who are stakeholders as well, and working together, as we've, I think, all said at one point or the other.
Thank you. So, by the way, I really like the bicycle metaphor. I think it's great. So, you know, I think one thing the development community can teach the cybersecurity community is also to acknowledge cybersecurity not so much as a cost center, but rather as an investment opportunity, right? They don't realize that investing in cybersecurity skills today means creating a pipeline of high income, high quality jobs in the developing country where you're doing that. So I mentioned the Cyber Girls Fellowship from Nigeria a few moments ago. On average, the women who graduate from this fellowship see a 400% increase in their income a year later. So, you know, it's not only good for cyber resilience, it's also driving socioeconomic change. And, you know, of course at a little scale, but it's also helping for the overall mission of the World Bank, which is to create a world free of poverty. So I think, you know, considering cyber skills and cyber resilience in general as an investment, not as a cost center, is really an important aspect. And maybe one other thing I wanted to touch about is, you know, there's a kind of a paradox because we have these 4 million vacancies worldwide, but still for the young professionals, it's actually difficult to join the career. You know, I was in Congo recently. We organized a workshop in Brazzaville because we're doing a train the trainers initiative there, as you mentioned. And workshop very well attended. Professors, government officials, private sector students. And there was a young woman there. She just graduated with an IT degree. and she specialized in cybersecurity, and she was telling us, I can find a job. Because all the recruiters ask you to have 5 years of experience for entry-level positions. So there's also a role for governments here to really work with the private sector to design programs such as apprenticeships, traineeships, internships, whatever you name that, to really facilitate the transition from university to a career in cybersecurity.
I think that's a really, really great point. Do you want to? Oh, please.
Sorry, I was visibly itching. I think that's a superb point, and it again goes back to where Randy was coming in. You know, if you want to do something fairly quickly, and the educational system is not going to provide it, then bring in the private sector to do it. So it's partly government saying, try and find a way of building in experience. It's partly universities saying, how can we find a way to build an experience? It's partly those of us in the private sector saying, how can we find a way to help give the experience? So there's usually a fair amount, dare I say it, of downtime in university programs, whether it's time for elective things or it's just downtime. I've seen some really good examples where employers have effectively taken use of that space. So there's a great company called Wizard Cyber, which is operating in Jordan. And what they've done is they've effectively offered jobs to everyone studying cybersecurity in Jordanian universities. And then in the time when they're not actively doing their degree courses, they are working in a security operations center. And they're being trained and certified on the full Microsoft stack. So by the time they leave, they have got 5 years experience. They have also got vocational qualifications. Obviously, it's great for, I'm sure Cyber Wizard wouldn't mind me saying so, Wizard Cyber. I'm sure they wouldn't mind me saying so. It's obviously great for them because, you know, this is a relatively low-cost labor force. They know that the churn in a security operations center is extraordinarily high. Nobody wants to work as a tier 1 SOC analyst for more than a couple of years. So it will be a workforce that's churning anyway, so replenishing with students coming in on a regular basis, and then they're going off into the workforce. The model is clearly successful. They're on their 3rd expansion of premises in the last year or so since setting up operations. And the best bit of it is they're not being paid by Jordanian businesses. They're providing SOC services globally and are simply taking advantage of a highly skilled and talented and very motivated workforce.
I do want to be a little provocative and challenge something here because the reality is, well, we're talking about these 5 years of experience. You're also talking about entry-level jobs that require 5 years of experience. Who here actually believes that 5 years of experience earns you an entry-level job? Right? Everyone that's hiring entry level, as they're calling it, is asking for 5 years of experience. So we have a problem. And I've had private sector individuals tell me, not the big companies, but some good solid companies say, we can't hire entry level jobs because we have a system in place that says if you make X amount, you need to be in a middle tier category. And that's an internal policy issue. That's not an academic issue. That's not a government issue. That's an internal, institutional issue, right? Which means, you wanted to come in? Right. So we need to change it. I agree. Work-based learning approaches are the best. I think in the United States, obviously, Scholarship for Service is an incredible program that allows you to get your education paid for, and you work in the summers, and then you commit 4 years working for the government, and then you go off to the private sector and make a whole bunch of money. Right? So great programs like that. They have similar kind of programs in the Balkans. Certainly in Brazil, they have programs like this. So there's a lot of those work-based learning programs, and I think that helps fill the gap. But I would think, and I would argue, that it's a little unfair to say we're going to treat apprenticeships and internships as your entry-level jobs, because it's a cost saving for a lot of entities, but it's not fair to the individual learner and the worker, right? So we need to figure out what's more important. Is it the cost effectiveness of just hiring interns for a few months and determining, they're good, I'll keep them, they can go, right? Or is it better to kind of rethink internal policies and structures And again, academic institutions, we have to do it as well. And we have, working closely with the private sector and governments to do this. How can we restructure internally and come to Jesus moment, if you will, and say, hey, 5 years is not entry level. Let's figure out a way to actually form true entry level positions, right, that actually make sense.
Oh, good. I've got my controversy. Obviously, cannot disagree with a word of that. Except you'll remember the old military saying, "Don't fight the white." You know, you're given some instructions. Don't waste time saying those are the wrong instructions. We need to do that. That's, I would put in the long-term strategic fix. I'd much rather be helping people into jobs now, so that employers are seeing that actually you don't need 5 years experience. I want a person like that, and I actually wanted them 3 years ago. So we get there by showing and doing as well as by changing policies.
I think one thing this is highlighted for me is also the need for continuing education.
Oh, yeah.
Because given the changing landscape of what's going to be happening beyond just graduating, do we have 5 years of experience in ChatGPT? No, because it hasn't existed that long. So a lot of these things we need to be, even for ourselves, and I've seen that within the UN system, within governments as well, that we need to be constantly learning and enabling ourselves, our colleagues, our institutions to continue to learn.
Agreed, and I think, you know, NICE does a really good job, and I see Danielle Santos here. They've changed the thinking on this from entry-level jobs to career entry, right? It's where you enter, right? And this is inclusive not just of K-12 university, but also those that are reskilling, right? Because if you believe that technology is going to eliminate a large number of manufacturing jobs, it already has, and it will. Where are you going to send a lot of these folks that are coming from manufacturing jobs, or if you're transitioning from the military, or you realize you don't have any growth trajectory within your specific corporation or organization, and you think, I want to do cybersecurity and I want to learn cybersecurity, so what are the pathways to be able to shift that? And I think, going back to the report, the framework is flexible enough. Same, just like the NICE framework and other, these are flexible recommendations. These aren't you must follow step by step here. So the flexibility that this, you know, this systems-based approach articulates in the report is really good, because an organization can pick it up and say, this is where I fit in the cog, and this is the things that I can take and implement within it for career entry, not just the traditional pathway that we know about.
So let's use that as a transition of continuing learning to learn a little bit what questions our audience has. Are there any questions in the audience? I see one in the back. Is it possible to get a microphone to the lady in the back? Otherwise, I'll run. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Reverend Dr. Nanaya Prempe. I'm the board chair for the Ghana Domain Name Registry, and I'm also the first woman who started an internet company in Ghana in 1999. Thank you. That is something no one can take away from me. I want to appreciate the panelists very much, the in-depth of experience and knowledge. But for the organizers, since this is the first session of these kind of conferences, please let them know they should make enough time for questions. Because I've been to several of the sessions, and it's like the views of the audience is not important. They give you 2 minutes for questions, and I don't think it's fair. So if you can let them know that we also have some views that would benefit other people. I see that I just crossed the 55 age, and I noticed that when you're over 50, you are unemployable. And when you don't have experience of 5 years, you are unemployable. But that is where people like Zuckerberg and Alibaba.coms and those people come in. So if you don't have any money to do a startup, or you don't have any support to do a startup, it means you are going to be broke and poor. And you may have brains. So I like the idea that the two gentlemen were talking about, but let's have solutions to that problem. Because in the developed world, it's easier to come across something to earn a living. But in the developing world, it's difficult. So if they can make some funding available for especially women-owned businesses, because when a woman has money, a whole family is fed. So that they can encourage women in startups and also like further our education to equip us. I have a young lady there. She's the first woman in Ghana to have a PhD in cybersecurity. And she's sitting right there in the front. And she's not even acknowledged anywhere for what she has done. And I think it's an achievement because it's a man's world, as we all know, and women are penetrating. So we need some encouragement. We need some, pat in the back, a little here, a little there, job openings, conference speaking, so that we can also be encouraged. Thank you very much.
So let me turn to the panelists on that and talk about this then ongoing recognition, ongoing engagement. When we get people into their careers, as the field is changing, do you have any thoughts, especially to respond to the ladies' comments of how we can keep people to continue to be engaged and recognize the extraordinary efforts that have been taken?
So we had a program called the 502 Project, right? The 502, if you're familiar, 502 Gateway Entry Error, right? Because we found that there's a cultural issue in regards to entering a cybersecurity job because there, frankly, is a good amount of gatekeepers within the cybersecurity community at large. And the idea behind 502 was how do we provide training to those that are trying to get into the field, but also connect them to employers, connect them to opportunities to publish, or connect them to other opportunities to really get their name and brand out there. Because once you get your name and brand out there, your network, you're more likely to get a job thereafter, right? And most people know the likeliest way to get a job is to know the people in the organization that's doing the hiring. So I think there's a lot to be said about fixing that 502 gateway error. I don't think we have the solution, but what I do know is being able to take someone that is 50 years old and trying to transition a career, there are some programs out there. There's just not, we don't do, I'm talking about academic institutions, of cataloging all the different opportunities that are out there, because there are so many. I'm sure if you just catalog us on stage, you'd probably have 100 programs that we're all aware of that I don't even know about, right, that you don't even know about. So cataloging what those are. In the U.S., we do have a lot of those, and they target underrepresented communities. They target transitioning out. Department of Labor put millions and millions of dollars in supporting apprenticeship programs to provide that work-based learning approach, right? Academic institutions are increasing internship credits to give you college credits for your work experiences that help you get closer to a degree very quickly. And then there's a lot of efforts, and I hate to keep throwing USAID here, but they do so much in the development of talent and supporting communities, especially across the global south. I've seen it firsthand in Latin America and the Caribbean, the great work that they're doing. It doesn't take a lot to kind of find it. I remember, and I refer to my colleagues at USAID, there was a program targeting women growth and technology in Central America, Northern Triangle, right? And they're putting a lot of dollars to support women in these spaces. You don't hear about these programs unless you're involved with them. So we need to do a better job of cataloging everything, sharing it on a mutual portal, and allowing folks to say, hey, these are the opportunities that I have as a 50-year-old, or these are the opportunities I have to build my exposure as a young PhD cybersecurity professional, and then enter the workforce and get these opportunities that we're talking about.
Let me transition over to Mariana, because you have some programs targeting women.
And I think first, going off of what Randy was saying, that is also a great example of why the systems approach is also so great, because it would allow us to map what is already going on in the country, right? Because we don't know. And I actually really like the US actually has something like this, and it's a dashboard that tells you a little bit about what the supply of cybersecurity jobs is and programs, and also the demand for skills. So that allows us to see, okay, if I want to specialize in this, what is the current demand, and what are the skills that I'm going to have to develop? So I think that's a great longer-term solution to this problem. But on our side, from the OAS, and speaking specifically to the issue of women that was brought out by our audience, we have actually had great success with cybersecurity exercises. So this year we started with one called She Secures that we've implemented already in 9 countries, where we have we basically do a cybersecurity exercise. For those of you who know, it's like a capture the flag format where you solve exercises and gain points, technical exercises, and in the end the team with the most points wins, basically. And this has been very successful because it has allowed us to target women from varying levels, all ages, first of all, over 16 with no type of requirement of knowledge, of background. We're trying to democratize, basically, this knowledge because I think it's very important. And we've reached over 1,000 women just from August until now in those 9 different countries. And I think that exercises are a great way to grasp these skills and get women from all ages and people from all ages interested in cybersecurity, especially if you take into account the different, having different levels. So maybe having more exercises that are for people who don't have any knowledge, any experience, for example, and then others for people who already know a little bit. But I think it's a very fun way to do it if we focus on platforms maybe that are user-friendly for everyone, maybe even if you don't know a lot about technology. But that, from our experience, has been a best practice, for sure.
I wish we had more time to discuss these, because I know the topic of exercises, IT, we have our cyber drills, is such a deep one also. In applying this kind of approach, getting the actors together, figuring out where we want to go next. But unfortunately, and this is ITU's based in Switzerland, so I'm going to try to keep a little bit of Swiss time here. We are at the end of our time. I do want to acknowledge somebody who's not on the stage with us, Matthew Griffin, who has done the bulk of the work behind this research. His son was born a few weeks ago and is cheering us all on. So I was hoping that we could take a group picture for him so that he can see everybody that this is reaching. And I also encourage you to reach out, to stay engaged in this process. As we've been hearing, all of us have a role to play. It's about figuring out how we can build forward. So if I can ask my panelists to get behind me, we're going to do a massive selfie. Massive selfie. Put on your best smiling faces. There we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Do come up and feel free to talk to our panelists. There's some other great panels happening later on partnerships right after this one. And the topic on mainstreaming cybersecurity and development, there's a session this afternoon that I hope that you can all join. Thank you.
to close the gaps that are still present. So the reasoning behind this session is obviously not to reiterate that, but really to go a step beyond and try to explore what are the models that we have implemented, have experienced between implementers, donors, local actors. So in cyber capacity building, oftentimes the success or the failure of a certain project highly depends on the stakeholders involved, on the voices that have been heard and included, and of course, whether the effort was context specific and region specific. Also from a very pragmatic point of view, it is impossible for one person or one actor to be able to do it all. We do not have the resources to do it all, so partnerships are not only a nice to have, but a necessity. So today we want to shed the light on some of the partnerships that are in place, exploring what works, what doesn't work, and hear from specific examples today. So we have today a panel of current partners of the ITU, so donors, implementation partners, and also local actors. We'll be exploring what makes a partnership successful, but also what are some of the challenges and obstacles that are still very present that are hindering an optimal capacity building. So some of these challenges, of course, are about the sustainability of these partnerships. Oftentimes, they're sort of like a one-off, opportunistic partnership for a specific problem, if I may say, and also really engage in an honest conversation about what are the key lessons and how we can improve on those. So I know there are some, obviously, implementers and also donors and local actors in the audience. So we're going to go through the panel, but I would really want you to be participating in this and have this as an interactive discussion. So let me dive right into it. I'll go to you, Rebecca, first of all. So Rebecca works with the UK government, and we have been collaborating under the JICA project, National Cybersecurity Strategy. So the UK has been both a donor and a co-implementer, so an interesting partnership model in this. And I would like you to share more about this and also what makes this partnership successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, there we go. So thanks everybody for coming this afternoon. And so just the UK government, what we wanted to look at was try to provide an integrated package of strategic cyber capability building assistance to overseas partner countries. And over the years, we'd noticed we'd kind of invested in a range of activities aimed at improving these kind of capabilities. But these initiatives were often delivered very much in isolation by various implementers, rather than being part of an integrated package. And what we noticed is there was a missed opportunity to realize additional benefits due to the close and supporting relationships between these products. So the area that we were looking at, we quickly identified institutions such as the ITU and Oxford University. And the ITU had their guidance to developing a national cybersecurity strategy, and Oxford University had their CMM. And we developed a model that allowed us all to accommodate the specific conditions of an individual country's project. And bringing these three activities together and collaborating meant we were more able to meet the individual country's requirements. And kind of the benefits we found, kind of this kind of collaboration, was the access we had to knowledge between our individual institutions, our organizations, to help to kind of bring down and mitigate those risks and reduce the potential mistakes by greater understanding the context within that country. It's also kind of having the access to the people within those organizations. You know, people are a lot cleverer than I am, and they have a lot of expertise and skills that we can draw upon to improve our own products, but also to make sure that we are delivering the best to a country. But we're also kind of ensuring that we are effective and efficient in what we are delivering. I mean, none of us have an endless pot of money to do this work, and we need to look at ways we can reduce the costs and delivery systems, and more importantly, where we can avoid duplication. You know, reducing the overload of delivery within a country, I've seen and I've heard of project fatigue. And most of the countries we work in have low levels of resources, and we need to provide them time to do their day jobs, as well as kind of develop the capacity and capability within their organizations. But also we need to achieve kind of greater reach by being effective and efficient. And this translates into a much more sustainable development impact. But also what we found is obviously, aligning yourselves with other organizations, especially those who have a proven track record of successful delivery, provides credibility to your offer to that country and is much more easily kind of then embedded. So the key factors of what I found to what makes kind of the partnership successful is be clear on what it is that you're trying to achieve. There are very many facets to cybersecurity, and you need to agree between you what your aim is before you even start to develop that solution. It's also really important to kind of understand and map the benefits that your offer is going to provide, and that will also help develop the clarity around your project. It can be something as broad as improving the security and resilience of a country, or really going down into something very niche, as in kind of identifying and categorizing critical national assets. But one of the other things I would also say is also to ensure the offer that you're providing can be tailored to meet the requirements of that country. Trying to embed what works in your country is most likely going to have minimal impact. And working with like-minded organizations who have the same view and have a complementary product or service will make that task a lot easier. But countries also need to be in the right position to receive or to undertake that work. They require adequate resourcing. We always ensure we have a senior sponsor in place to kind of be accountable for that activity. And there has to be that high-level commitment from within the government. So if the project does stall, then you can easily get the project moving. Without all this in place, we find that it is a non-starter. And lastly, kind of from my own personal perspective, I think one of the most important parts is really a lack of ego. Really understanding that we're not here to kind of promote or shout from the rooftops the names of those of us who are implementing. It is much more about what the country can highlight to show that its own capability is building and what they can kind of be the front and center of that work.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Rebecca. And indeed, I will pull on one specific point that you mentioned, and that's ensuring this high-level commitment at the government level. And I think that in our partnership with Germany, so I'll turn back to you, Regina. So you are the cyber ambassador for Germany, and you have obviously shown commitment also to cyber capacity building. And since Germany has adopted a feminist foreign policy, this has also been reflected in the CCB support and funding through initiatives like her Cyber Tracks, which is a joint partnership with the ITU, co-implemented with GIZ, for the meaningful representation of women in cybersecurity. So I wanted to ask you, Regina, how does the Federal Foreign Office choose their partners, and how do you define a successful partnership for development cooperation and cyber capacity building?
Thank you, Yasmin. So let me perhaps first explain how we understand feminist foreign policy, because this is like a buzzword and makes some people happy and others very angry. So in our definition, feminist foreign policy changes this perspective from collective security to human security. And this is not, either or, but we have to have both perspectives, because in cyber especially, we move from a territorial understanding of security to something that is cross-border or borderless. And so what has to be protected is not the territory, but the people who actually interact in cyberspace. So feminist foreign policy in this understanding focuses on human security and has in mind to strengthen especially the resilience, the networking capabilities, the cyber literacy, the skills, also professional skills, especially in the most, in the least visible and the least active parts of society, and in the most vulnerable groups. So among them are, of course, women. We know about, cybercrime specifically targeting women, then youth, because our youth is present basically all the time in cyberspace, so they experience a lot of bad things there. Then also the elderly, because they don't have access, or they are perhaps victims to scam because they are not so experienced with this environment. And then of course minorities, for example, small language groups and others who don't have the same access to the information present online. And then, so this is the perspective, and then we have actually three elements for feminist foreign policy that are important to know. One is it's a rights-based approach, so we are focusing on the rights of these people or these groups that I was just mentioning. We are focusing on their equal access to resources, and then also on their representation in the discussions that we have in the formats, for example, the negotiation formats. And the program that you were mentioning, Her Cyber Tracks, I mean your program, is basically strengthening this, the representation of women on all levels, for example, in cyber professions, but also, you know, when it comes to cyber norms negotiations or the cybercrime treaty negotiation that is currently ongoing. So we need women's voices there, and we need to strengthen their networks so that they feel more at ease when they speak out loud at these formats. So when it comes to how do we choose our partners, I mean, I think everybody looks for, at least from Europe, looks for the same criteria. There is this criteria of course, alignment of objectives. So do we align with our partner on the targets of this program? Then, of course, good absorption capacity is also something. That is the reason why many donors end up with the same recipients, because they have shown to be effective in this. Then we need a good governance environment, because cyber capacity building is not a standalone thing, but fuels, for example, digital transformation of a society, digitization of public authorities, strengthening capabilities of the security institutions in this country. So good governance environment is very important. And then good reporting, of course, because this is taxpayers' money that we are responsible for. And then also tangible effects, you were mentioning that too. So we would like to see both, a short-term change, but also a longer-term effect.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Regina. And of course, the role of governments is key in ensuring this. But the private sector can also play a crucial role to leverage partnerships for implementation. So at the ITU, we have the Cyber for Good projects, which leverages companies' CSR, in short, in cybersecurity to address some needs on the ground in least developed countries. So I'm going to turn to you, Samuel. I would like you to share a bit about this experience in your role at Axon, and give us your view also on what were the key factors that are contributing to the success of such a partnership. Samuel.
Okay, thanks, Yasmin. I'll start by talking about how we got involved in Cyber for Good. So Axon is a consultancy, private sector consultancy in Madrid, Spain, focused in telecom, broad ICT space, with over a decade of experience there. But in the past 4 or 5 years, we've done a lot of work in cybersecurity, so helping governments with their cybersecurity journey in various capacities. We've also done a lot of work with ITU, especially through working groups, the NCI working group, for example, the National Cybersecurity Strategy development, Guide development, various ITUD working groups, for example. So we've been involved in the international dialogue, let's say, in cybersecurity for some time. We've also gained a lot of exposure to the problems that countries are facing at various levels of maturity, let's say. And from this, we've gained a lot of residual know-how and expertise in cybersecurity that's, it's sitting there, it's foundational to what we do. We might not necessarily be using all of it. I think what ITU Cyber for Good initiative's trying to do really is identify and partner with entities such as Axon that have this residual knowledge, have this know-how that they might not really be using or even selling at the time, but it's to really tap into that knowledge for the benefit of these member states that are at the lower end of the maturity stage that really need this help. And I think ITU, I mean, you have a lot of exposure to what's going on at the ground level with these countries, and at that level of maturity, we might not really be seeing this, or we're kind of pricing these countries out a bit, let's say. However, we still have the expertise to really help. So I think what ITU is doing here with Cyber for Good is being a connector. They're brokering deals between people who have services to offer, entities that can, implementation partners that can do things, and they're connecting them with the people who need them most, the countries that need them the most. So for the benefit, let's say for the member state, the beneficiary country, is that they gain access to these services. But there's also a number of benefits to an implementation partner like us. So first of all, in what we've done, it's helped us strengthen our relationship with ITU, which is important to us. We also get to work on our CSR goals, which is an equally important thing. But we also gain exposure to these, like I said, these different types of problems that are happening, different situations that are being faced by these other countries. We get to apply ourselves there and broaden this, this know-how, this experience that I mentioned. So, for me, I think the benefit of Cyber for Good and the driver of success here is that they're really creating win-win deals. Really, it's not just a one-way thing. So, yeah, it's been good to be a part of this, and overall, very positive experience both for us and for the beneficiary countries so far.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that, Sam, definitely. And also in the spirit of being a connector as well. So we often, when we work in countries, they're not just quote-unquote beneficiaries, but we really see them as equal partners. So also that the action that we do whenever we leave becomes sustainable. And a clear example of that is the work that we've done with Malawi. So I'm going to turn to you, Christopher, for the next question. I would like you to share a bit of about the experiences that we've had in Malawi working together with international partners in enhancing incident response capabilities. So I would like to know more about what the benefits that these partnerships have brought to this effort. Christopher.
Thank you very much, it's me. Yes, my name is Christopher Banda from Malawi. Maybe let me say a bit background in terms of how the cyber environment, the cyber security environment, I would say grew. Around 2016 is when we had our first legislation, cyber security legislation, passed, and that one was funded by the World Bank. And thereafter, UK government came in, that was around 2016, to help us to develop the National Cyber Security Strategy, which was developed. And then, of course, there were some delays in terms of approval because of the local issues. It was approved in 2019, and then we were in the implementation stage. And again, around 2018, ITU came in to help us, because in the law, it was we need to establish the national set. So ITU came in, and then they've guided us the whole process from the assessment, design, up to the implementation. It was a bit delayed because of the COVID issues. We finalized the implementation last year. And then there was also EU through Cyber for Dev program, which also came in terms of capacity building. During the COVID period, it were doing online, and it really helped. And then also UK government came in again on the National Cyber Security Risk Assessment, how to conduct, how to do. So these are some of the issues that I would mention that has been happening. I want to stress here that these have helped us extremely much, because cybersecurity, especially in the developing countries, is something that is just emerging. And again, you look at the priorities of government, they will prioritize other areas maybe not necessary to these issues. It could be a reactive approach. After something happens, then they will say, okay, let's help you with this. But with this kind of cooperation, especially the international partners, they have played a very big role to move in this area. Because if locally we started to talk about maybe the strategy they set, it would have been a challenge, especially to convince the policymakers, the seniors, to understand the whole process. Of course, as a country, as these partners are coming in, there is need to have, I would say, a focal point, maybe a cyber champion, cyber security champion. Very key, because the local focal point is the one who should be able to drive and work together with these international partners. They're coming, but they need to work from one point. It's very key. And then another point which I want to say is with these programs, they have helped us, even our side awareness, especially to decision makers, and to have an understanding of these projects and the activities. So we really appreciate, especially again on the ITU. National set, to establish a national set is a process where you need to start from somewhere. You could start very small. You don't need like starting big. When we delayed in terms of implementing the cert due to the COVID, the program Cyber for Good really helped us. As I say, we started to engage the stakeholders in terms of assessment, designing around in 2018. And then 2019, the COVID issue came in. The stakeholders, the public were expecting us to start something. Say, okay, where are you now? You have engaged us, where are we? But now with the Cyber for Good program through ITU, we started to provide services to the public, and that helped us to start in terms of building trust and also engaging at that level. So I would say these are some of the issues I would say they have really helped us, and I hope also other developing countries that have benefited this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher, and I really liked your point also on the importance of trust building. That's definitely something that needs to be considered when building partnerships. So I've already seen that throughout this first part of the panel we have quite the takeaways in terms of what are the good practices when choosing partners. So obviously, Regina mentioned good governance. Christopher, you mentioned also having a focal point on the ground to coordinate. So I'm going to turn to you, Rebecca, maybe to tell us more about what the challenges are and what the obstacles and difficulties are when choosing partners.
Thank you very much. So in the UK, kind of when it comes to choosing which countries who we work with, we are predominantly demand-led. So we consider the risks that country's facing and might be exposed to, and then we look to identify what we can do to mitigate those risks. And that's really where it comes from. But we have many, and I'm talking many, prioritization exercises. So for us, it's quite difficult at times to understand where we can, because obviously across most government departments, they all have a different level of priority for countries. We do find some commonality across us all, but this isn't always the case, which does make our job a little bit more difficult to understand where we should be focused. But currently, especially with the current cyber capability building program, which is based within the Foreign Office, that portfolio consists of 6 programs, and they focus in the Ukraine, Georgia, Africa, the Indo-Pacific, and we also work in partnership with India. There is also a global cyber program on the side, which looks at kind of the multilateral initiatives, tools, research, and they will focus on countries that aren't covered within the other areas. But we do have room for flexibility and to be agile to some of the new opportunities that do arise. So some countries which may not be totally forward-leaning to offers and may have a better opportunity with another country who's offering something. So it's important for us that we have founded a good bilateral relationship to begin with to be able to enable that work to go ahead. But we do realise that there is a varying level of support offered to countries. And, you know, we do see that obviously some countries have multiple offers from multiple donors, whilst, you know, some of the countries who have very little interest from international partners are normally the countries that are quite, as I would say, in the right position for doing some quite impactful work in a short period of time. But a key aim for us within the Home Office itself is to build that sovereign capability which is sustainable within the country. And we also encourage those countries who we've worked with to share that knowledge and that training with others in the region, so we can try and deliver the impact more quickly. When it comes to kind of selection of partners, this kind of goes in two ways. So obviously through the private sector, you know, companies have to join one of the UK government frameworks to be able to work with us. There's no other route through this. And there is an assurance process that's developed by the National Cybersecurity Centre that's not mandatory to be able to have to work with us. But our tender process for contracts in the UK is robust and to ensure we get the right fit for the project. But other organisations, I mean, what we're looking for is for those who really are working on the same priorities as us and have the same goal as we are trying to aim towards. I mean, our focus next year remains on kind of C&I resilience, cybercrime and CSERTs. So anybody who has an offer a product or service that they think can fit within a strategic model, then we are always open to having a conversation. But the kind of three challenges we face are, the first one is mainly around skills. So obviously depending on which statistical report you have a look at, there's somewhere between 3.5 and 4 million cybersecurity experts worldwide missing to be able to support activity. And that gap is expected to keep on growing as emerging tech is adopted more widely. And so the UK government is unable to release our key cybersecurity experts to help kind of deliver capacity building resource or support. So we are reliant on the private sector, academia, other organisations to help us deliver this activity overseas. And this has proven to be a successful approach. But the next challenge we have is around sustainability. And so while we are always committed to enduring relationships with countries, it is important to manage expectations on the length of confirmed support. So our government funding cycles are not structured to enable us to confidently develop long-term planning. It's normally about 2 to 3 years. But also political changes at the top can make us result in a change of focus, and we have to pivot to meet those new ideas. And this does sometimes impact our ability to support capacity building overseas. But the main one really is about measuring and evaluating the impact of what we do. So, as I said, most of our projects are delivered over 2 to 3 years, and quite often this impact isn't felt until about year 3, and then funding ceases. And it's kind of like, how do we then continue to measure those impacts once the project's closed down? That knowledge has moved on. And so we're investing quite a lot of effort to understand this better, but we need countries to obviously go on that journey with us.
Thank you so much for that, Rebecca, and it makes for an excellent segue as well to the next question, because of course this is a challenge that we have observed a lot as implementing agencies and also among other partners, that of course some countries and regions, as you mentioned, have project fatigue. They're sort of overloaded with projects, while others less so. Also the sustainability issue, they're often constrained by budgetary or financial years of donors. So I'll turn to Regina for the next question, maybe to pick your brain on how partnerships can maybe help overcome these limitations, and whether maybe a coordinated approach between donors, a multi-donor approach, can help achieve this success.
Thank you. I think this is exactly, this is the answer. So we need to coordinate better among donors, perhaps also invent or set up instruments that help us overcome these restrictions, like budgetary years and so on. So instruments like, for example, trust funds. sometimes we have to fall back to short-term projects so that they fit in within our restrictions to earmarking, but I would like to see other instruments more developed, and I would like to mention a few. So, coordination, we have like the GFCE, who is also part of this, of the organizers of this conference. We see extremely big potential for better donor coordination here. We would like to lend our support to the organization to develop this strength that colleagues certainly have, and become really the place to go if you want to do proper donor and recipient coordination. Long-term strategies are really very helpful, both national and regional long-term strategies. But I would like to mention one more that is very important in my point of view, and that is, we are at the moment negotiating within an open-ended working group another version of or another layer of understanding of the global cyber norms. This is going to be another document. So what we like to see as a successor to this negotiation process is actually a program of action, or POA, not only talking about editing a document, but also coordinating on capacity building, organizing confidence building measures, and other elements with a more long-term effect on stability in cyberspace. So we think that this program of action could also be an overall and global framework of what we would like to do with capacity building, because ultimately what we would like to do with capacity building is implementing the cyber norms. I have one more, more down-to-earth and a little bit more practical approach within my own system. We are sometimes just piggybacking on funding mechanisms that are by nature more long-term, for example, infrastructure investments. And I know that ITU is also has also very strong side here, because if you look at connectivity investments or other big infrastructure investments, cybersecurity often comes as an afterthought. You must make it included from the beginning, and by this we also have a more long-term perspective on the funding.
Thank you so much for that, Regina. I think it's good that you're getting creative as well and finding ways to do this, because also at the ITU we're working on trying to promote more and more how to mainstream cybersecurity into digital development projects and not have it as an afterthought. So even better that if that helps as well with overcoming the budgetary restrictions of the financial years. I'll turn back to you, Christopher, now for a question related to the beneficiary country's role. So obviously the success of a project really depends on the local actors. So you've mentioned, having a focal point to coordinate is important. But my question is, how important is it for the beneficiary partners to be part and involved into the design as well of projects, not only the implementation of cyber capacity building? So, and also if there's any good practices that you can share in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a beneficiary country, I think, as I've said already, the need to have a focal point is a key issue, because the focal point is able to understand what is happening within the country, and maybe how best maybe you can contact with the international partners to assist. I will just give you one example. We have projects within Malawi, especially the World Bank, and there is one project which is looking at the financial inclusion. It's something different, not only direct on cyber security. I didn't know about that project because it's being implemented by another ministry with the regulator and also. So the aspect they were looking for is they want to do something on cyber security, but they didn't know where to start, what to do. So they were guided to say, can you contact this person? this institution so that they guide you. And then the point was to understand what are the challenges we're having. So when we provided them, then they managed to design an activity related to that issue. So the emphasis is to have a focal point so that other partners could look at best ways they can design and maybe identify an activity which can be funded. This goes together with the maybe cooperation among the partners, because it's not a competition, it's about working together and collaboration. Very important. It's not a competition, so that's need to be looked at that level. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you for that. Thanks for providing really a specific example on involvement of stakeholders, again, not just as beneficiaries. And also, I think it's very helpful on, going back to Rebecca's point on prioritization exercises. I think local actors are the best persons to be able to help with that. Okay, so I'm turning back to you, Samuel, again. So as an implementation partner of the ITU, what do you think are the biggest challenges and also the biggest opportunities when working with various partners, be it donors or others, especially in the context of LDCs, which is a very specific one? Thank you.
Okay, so in our project, we've worked directly with the beneficiary countries. And for a bit of context, I mean, what we've done is, it's a pro bono project. We've pledged, let's say, to work with 5 countries to support them in their national cybersecurity strategy development, which obviously is an early building block of the cybersecurity agenda. And this is specifically focused on LDCs for this reason, or at least developed countries. LDCs, obviously, as their title suggests, are underdeveloped in a lot of areas. They're going through a lot of transformation. And cybersecurity is usually one of these areas that is underdeveloped. But of course, they exist in an international landscape, a lot of international threats and things. So they're unfortunately still facing a lot of the same issues as more advanced countries, but they're behind. So they can't really afford to put cybersecurity to the back of the queue, and something that Christopher, you mentioned. In addition, I mean, as they're going through these developments in other areas, as we've talked about here, well, a lot of the infrastructure they're putting in is going to be connected somehow, digital. They want to start using the latest technologies. So they're going to be opening up a lot of new cybersecurity frontiers too. So cybersecurity, not only can it not be at the back of the queue, it really needs to be in the forefront, which some of the other panelists have said. So LDCs are in a very vulnerable position to start with. What we've tried to do, so what Axon does is, I mean, we're verifying what they're doing, first of all. We're asking them to send their draft strategy. We're giving a sense check to it, a bit of a gap analysis, seeing really where there are holes that we can give recommendations for its improvement. So, for example, if they're, I don't know, let's say they're not playing too much, putting too much emphasis in a certain area, training or education, or they're not giving really enough detail. It's kind of soft commitments. We're trying to encourage them to take the action now to improve this quality and commit to doing things. Or they might be trying to run before they can walk, let's say. If, for example, let's say they're trying to identify critical infrastructures, but they haven't really thought about the risk assessment methodology to share with sectors in order to do this. So we're trying to identify these quick wins to improve the general quality, but it's also important to mention, I mean, we want to tailor this to their particular case. I mean, each country is different. There's a different political setup. And that's something, actually, I think, Rebecca, you mentioned, that tailoring these things to countries is important. I think there's a risk, I was having some conversations yesterday, that there's a risk that using off-the-shelf advice, you kind of get a one-size-fits-all solution. And it's not really the case. So we're trying to tailor things as much as possible. But also what we're trying to do is bring this wider perspective that I mentioned, how cybersecurity is important not just for the sake of cybersecurity, it also needs to fit into a lot of other areas. So, for example, we're asking countries to share with us related policies and ongoing initiatives, upcoming initiatives, etc., so that we can try and encourage them to kind of invest cybersecurity in there and giving recommendations such as taking a seat on the working group, for example, or at least just making sure that the strategy is aligning. So we see that there's plenty of things to focus on and plenty of challenges to face. But you also mentioned opportunities, no? And I think this really ties in with this same point, to be honest. I mean, any country that has a blank slate in terms of cybersecurity or in other areas too, really have an opportunity to bring this concept of secure by design to life and make sure that security principles are being considered. Well, actually, you can probably attest to this, Vanessa. Now that Vanessa, by the way, is a co-chair of a working group that I'm a member of in ITUD. We get a lot of contributions from member states about great initiatives that they're doing, but in a lot of cases, it's reactive. It's solving a problem that they've already faced. And I think then for LDCs and any other country that's developing, they really have the opportunity, let's say, to already, to leverage the steps that have been taken internationally and learn from the mistakes or the journeys that other countries have been on. So this is where I see the opportunities lie.
Thank you for sharing that, and also again another excellent segue in terms of knowing a little bit more about this opportunity. So I'm turning to you, Vanessa, in your role in representing Brazil and also co-chairing the ITU study group on this. We want to know, obviously as countries are developing these regulatory frameworks and practices, how can sharing of experiences, collecting of data help them, and how does the ITU study group help with that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yasmin, and thank you for the invitation. Happy to be here in beautiful Ghana. When countries are looking to adopt or develop any cybersecurity regulation, practices, initiatives, actions, or even organizations, not necessarily a country, I mean, the first step is you have to identify and understand your problem. And something that relates also when Rebecca was mentioning, you have to identify what you're looking for. And after you identify, then you have the second step, which is to understand also what has been done to address that issue. And here I think it's also when it comes the time that you can look into your own country to see what other organizations, other sector are doing. You can look to reach out to other countries, to partners, to see what the other countries are doing. You can look at other regions and more globally. So we cannot underestimate the value of looking and understanding and learning for the lessons of these experiences of other countries, other regions, and this is something that we have been seeing here in this conference for the past 2 days. We have heard so many different dimension experiences, successful experience, and very inspiring experiences. So while, and something that also Samuel mentioned, there is no fit-size approach. It's true. There is no yellow brick road to the happy end here, to the Oz. There is no silver bullet, but there is an opportunity to learn from all the other practices and choose. I think this is very important, especially for developing countries, to choose your own path, the path that will take into consideration your needs, your priorities, your culture, your context. And of course, this is true for every organization and every region as well. There is one theory from one development political scientist in Brazil that he advocates for the importation of models because he, in his theory, he makes a difference between accepting exported models versus importing with the appropriate adaptation of the model. And this is something that, again, Samuel and Rebecca mentioned when we are tailoring the things. So you can look for these experiences. It doesn't mean that you have to adapt this as they are. It means that you can take this as an inspiration and build and develop the one that will fit the needs of your country. And I mean, the whole conference, it's all about this, of showcasing great opportunities that we can learn and also forge new relationships, new partnerships, and reinforce the already existing ones. And also taking the privilege of having the mic, I want to showcase one specific work that is going on the development sector of ITU, which is the International Telecommunications Union. And it is a platform for discussion. It's a place where membership can discuss and engage in very specific items. And of course, one of these topics is cybersecurity. So, for example, just to clarify a little bit of what, who, and how we work. So, it's a membership-driven discussion, as well as the GFCE. It has a 4-year cycle, and this cycle is co-chaired by Brazil and United Kingdom. And the items of study is decided by membership in a conference. And for the cycle, for example, we are addressing capacity building as well. We are addressing 5G cybersecurity, incident response, CSIRT coordination, and cybersecurity assurances practice. And the key core of our study is the sharing of the best practices of the country. So we also organize an open workshop on an annual basis for allowing the participation of different experts and also different stakeholders in this process. And in a nutshell, it's another platform to exchange the learning lessons of countries and of organizations. But more important than showcasing here, what we are trying to do is also to invite you also to engage in this process. And we can see that we have a different audience here than the audience that participate in our discussions in the group. So I think one idea also is to invite you to reach out to your national delegations to ITU, or to check if your organization is member of ITU. And in this way also, you can also showcase your organization's or country's best practices on the matter. Second, you can also learn from the great contributions and experiences that already have been shared in this platform. And 3, you can also shape the outcomes of this effort, because we are always at the end looking for the impact of the process. So with this, Yasmin, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanessa, and I'll definitely take you up on that invite and a call to get people to participate. So I see there's already hands up, which I'm very excited about. Can we get a microphone maybe in the audience, if possible? So I'll start with the lady over here. If you can quickly introduce yourself.
Fascinated, and I need more clarification. Axon, you pointed out that actually in working with ITU, your capacity is being built because you didn't have much knowledge of the context in developing countries. In the old days, they would have said that if you sign a contract to support a developing country, so-called, or emerging economy, there should be a capacity transfer agreement where you would be working with companies in that location so that they are actually going to be able to provide the service that you are providing at that material moment. So you don't have a situation where 5 years later, you're still calling in a foreign company to provide that service. So that's basic capacity transfer. So I would like more clarification on what you're doing precisely for capacity transfer, how you're building up companies within these countries to provide the services that you are currently outsourcing to so-called more developed economies. The second thing is Regine mentioned, and I really want to thank you for mentioning that. You mentioned that language is a factor. And what we find is this discourse, whether it is at the national level, international level, we are speaking in these languages that in Africa at least, the vast majority of our populations do not master. And not enough attention is being paid to actually putting the material and packaging the material in such a way that they can understand the issues and they can take it forward. Unless we are able to do that, we are not going to have the level of national debate that you need to really build up capacity. And everybody knows it's the weakest link. So I just want, that is to draw your attention to this, and thank you, Regine. Germany has always been very, very much focused on this. This is the International Decade for Indigenous Languages, so we would have hoped there would have been more about that. But I want the clarification on capacity transfer, and if we have agreements with the companies that are being used now in terms of how they would work with a number of companies in the local context to actually transfer skills, not just the so-called target beneficiary.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. And you raise a very good point, no? And you started by saying that we also get some knowledge transfer here, and that is very important. I think in the private sector, cybersecurity itself is a real exploding industry, and you should be getting as much learning as possible. And that's the other reason why we're involved in these initiatives with ITU in general, being at conferences like this. In our particular case, I mean, we're not working with a local company to this kind of train the trainer concept, which I mean, it's a very, very good idea and would be probably it would have very good effects longer term, like you say. What we're doing, and all of my clients are government officials in cybersecurity authorities or in ministries, regulators, this kind of thing. And really, I think that the capacity problem, I mean, the capacity gap there in these countries is particularly there. I mean, what you want is to have the government officials really with the capability to understand and to be able to drive change and convince people and all of this. I don't think it necessarily needs to be another consultancy sitting in that country that the government has to pay for to get this expertise when they don't even have this funding, and that's one of the issues we're trying to solve. So, I mean, one of the things that we do, we don't have any contract in place going forward to keep keep in touch, keep providing the expertise, etc. But what we do try to do is we terminate our project, mini project with this entity with a presentation. We're creating a presentation that explains all of the gaps that we found, all of the recommendations that we're providing, and we leave this with them. So this is now a tool, a resource, let's say, the material that the point of contact we have in this government can start to use then to actually convince other people. We have also committed to some follow-ups to try and see how we can disseminate this information to support in that. But I think that this is the real area that we'd like to target. It's having the governments themselves with the capacity rather than the private sector in that country.
Thanks for that, Samuel. I hope that answered the question, and I'm just going to very quickly maybe abuse my role as moderator and add on to that very quickly. So also at the ITU, whenever we are setting up national cybersecurity strategies or providing assistance in that, we try to have a multi-stakeholder approach where every capacity building exercise we run, there are representatives of the local private sector, the bank sector, for example, and others, not just governments, but also obviously joining on that, on Sam's point. So I'm told that there's a question in French. Yes, please. We just need quickly to get the translating. Je vous en prie, allez-y.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je suis Salomon Gilles Mercier d'Ongopai. Je viens de la République centrafricaine. Je suis directeur du système réseau dans une organisation étatique de mon pays. Je suis très heureux d'être là, de participer à cette conférence mondiale et partager les expériences avec tous les acteurs de cybersécurité. Alors, j'oublie le nom d'une panéliste, c'est pas Adam qui est de ce côté. Oui, elle a parlé et j'ai aimé ce qu'elle a dit dans son intervention. Alors, dans mon pays actuellement, nous sommes en train de commencer dans la phase de digitalisation. Et nous avons des partenaires qui nous soutiennent en nous donnant des équipements, mais c'est encore à l'état embryonnaire. Nous venons de commencer. Et même en ce qui concerne la cybersécurité, on a emboîté le pas en ce sens qu'il y a des textes de loi qui ont été déposés sur la table des gouverneurs, du gouvernement, pour valider ces textes, les politiques en matière de cybersécurité. Donc on vient de commencer. On est venu pour se faire renforcer, mais on a vraiment besoin de ce partenariat. Et quand elle parlait de voix, création de groupes, et qu'elle disait que si on a besoin de renforcement de capacités, collaborer avec certains experts, voir le modèle et tout, et du coup, c'est ce que j'ai vraiment à cœur. Donc, si vraiment elle peut nous donner ces informations, nous éclairer, comment on peut intégrer ce groupe, comment on peut avoir ce partenariat pour que ces expériences puissent nous aider en République centrafricaine. On en a vraiment besoin. Donc, c'est ma préoccupation. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So Vanessa, the question is for you. Would you like to take it?
So thank you very much for your question. Unfortunately, I cannot speak directly in French. I wish I could. We even had a representative from Central Africa in our meeting. So I think one of the options is we can put you in contact with this delegate. But of course, after I can show you and explain a little bit more about how we work, how you can reach out, and also maybe you can find the specific focal point in your country for ITU. And with this start, we can start navigating and show you where you can access the information, because sometimes it's a little difficult to navigate the site, so we can we can help you in this process. And of course, I'm gonna give you my contact. We can assist you in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. So we have one here at the front, and then...
Yeah, just before I pass the microphone, I'm from ITU as well. ITU team can help you. So the ITU team can also help you to connect you with a study group. So because I think Yasmin can speak French, so you can reach out to her if Vanessa cannot help you. But I think ITU team is willing to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca. I think that we tend to focus too much on the type of strategy each country should use. But there are broad models of strategy that with this global cybersecurity landscape, we cannot run away from it. I'll introduce, it's common, but I want us to always reflect on these three big models. In the models, you can also get some of the strategy that you want your country to adapt. So you look at the national security model. In there, you are able to have strategies to manage organized crimes in terms of piracy, in terms of money laundering. You get it in there. You take the economic model. When you look at the economic model, the banking systems comes in, the telecos comes in, and so you are able to develop your strategies in around that model. And then the last but not the least is my favorite model, the epidemiology model. That is one of the basic models. And in there, you want to look at how to protect systems that are attacked by ransomware, virus, etc., etc. So just, unless somebody has a new model that he wants to introduce, otherwise you look at these three big models, and in there, you'll be able to develop strategies around your country. country's needs. Thank you.
If no one of the participants wants to, or panelists to respond, so JC, I will just touch from ITU's perspective. There is a guide for developing national cybersecurity strategies. So all these components you mentioned are mentioned there. So basically the countries can take an approach on looking at their landscape and how they want to develop the strategy. But I can tell you there is work being done in WHO where we are helping them as ITU to help them on developing the strategy of how to protect health systems and so on. I think in principle things have been covered, and there is a common guide made by 20 organizations to guide countries that, it's kind of high-level guide, but it gives you a framework how you can develop the national cybersecurity strategy and an action plan. I think, there are ways to do things, but I think only thing what we are missing as a community is to inform you that such guides are available there, and that's why 20 organizations came together, so to reduce the number of guides of developing national cybersecurity strategies. So, that's in principle what has been done by ITU and many organizations together, so I think we need to follow those kind of models, and please, if you are willing to access that website, it's ncsguide.org. It's a community product. It's not ITU product, but it's community product, and you can benefit out of it. Thank you.
I would like to add something from our experience, and that is that a national cybersecurity strategy has to be developed also in a multi-stakeholder approach, so including all the non-governmental stakeholders that have to take a role in building cybersecurity and be part of the cybersecurity architecture.
Think anyone else from the panel? Vanessa, you wanted to? Yes, so at the back, if possible, he'd been calling for a while. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Dennis Sengendo from Uganda. And my question goes to Rebecca, together with Samuel. Rebecca spoke about the sovereignty of countries, and then I want to relate it with Samuel's question, rather Samuel's submission about capacity building for LDCs, because that is the term that we have used. Now, I'll give you a scenario whereby we established partnerships with foreign companies, and we were required to go for training, and then got funding from one of the funding agency, which I don't want to mention. And that whole capacity building process was halted because of the effect that a legislation that was made in my country had on the funding. So literally it trickled down, the legislation affected the funding from the funding agency because of whatever happened. So I want us to discuss how this can be done such that it doesn't have an effect on any future partnerships, especially in cybersecurity that will be established. Thank you.
Can you maybe further develop a bit on what the effect was? Concretely, like how you mentioned that the legislation had the effect on the funding, correct?
Yes, legislation was about the LGBT and the likes. So because of that legislation, it had a ripple effect that the funding had to be cut, the funding that was coming from the donor agency.
Thank you for clarifying. Rebecca, would you like to take that one?
Yes. So thank you very much. So definitely within the UK, any project that we do has to meet certain principles. And obviously the one that would be there would be the gender inequality. That without having that kind of focus or that component within your project, we would not be able to get any funding regardless. And so if something, as you said, legislation within your country, the only thing that we can then probably go back to do is kind of lobby our ministers or our kind of senior permanent secretaries to see whether we could find an exemption. But I have to say, there are rather stringent rulings that we have to go around. So it is interesting to understand what you're saying, that the work just stops, and there has to be some sort of common sense approach, I think, put down forward. So if the work is ongoing, that we should be able to finish and complete the exercise with yourself. But From our side, I think kind of trying to circumnavigate those principles is quite hard from the UK government.
Sam, would you like to come in as well?
Sure. I mean, I don't have a huge amount to say on this apart from, likewise, similar experience. Consulting and, to governments especially can be a very, very formal game, and you have to go through a lot of tenders, a lot of official processes, things like this, and you have to tick certain boxes for particular stakeholders. But I mean, going a bit off piste, maybe I shouldn't say this, but in my experience, the most successful, the impact that you have is often this more informal engagements, And I think this comes back to the idea of partnership that we've been talking about. We partner with the organizations that we support. Obviously, it's our business model, it's a financial reason that we do this, but in the end, I have a personal connection with the person I'm trying to help here, and quite often, he or she will need particular support on something that's not really within the scope of what we're doing, or it's in between projects, and it's here that you're able to actually give them, as I said before, materials that they can use to push things through. So I think in some ways, I mean, it's not a great answer, but in some ways where there's a will, there's a way, and maybe it's on yourself to kind of push things through and find this way, but with a little bit of support in this informal manner. I mean, as soon as you take funding or money out of the equation, a bit like what we're doing with ITU, things go so much smoother. So this is the only advice I have there, unfortunately.
Thank you for that. In-kind support indeed is also can be helpful in these kinds of situations. And also diversification of donors, as some donors have some priorities different than others. One question over there, yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Gilbert. I'm CEO of Africa Cyber Defense Forum. My question goes basically to Rebecca and Regine with regards to when it comes to donor collaboration. For example, you find there are cases where you have a donor X is funding a project in country Y, then a donor Y comes in, and also you're talking almost similar projects being funded by almost similar donors. So the question comes in, what exactly is the problem? Because there's no way you can be in one country and there's no cohesion when it comes to some of these programs that run. Without giving specific country names, there are cases you find a donor X is funding a project maybe on data protection, but another one as well is funding almost similar. So the question comes in, is it an issue of interest of donor X is not aligned, but at the end of the day, if you want to help this country, then I think the cohesion from the donor side is also very, very key. The number two question is, the lady talked about the issue of building local capacity. We're building capacity for many years, right? I mean, some countries got independence, they're almost 70 years since independence. And this is the global south. We've been talking about capacity building. Some of us are starting to ask the question when it's going to end. And not that the fact that it should end, but at least it's due to a point where we have to say, okay, fine, we've built enough capacity, that at least this book should also build capacity for others. We can't build capacity for this global south forever. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Regina, would you like to start?
Yeah, perhaps I start with your second question. Actually, there are parts of cyber capacity building that will never end, because what the purpose of this part of cyber capacity building is establishing functioning networks among people. And as people rotate in and out, for example, being member of a CERT or being a cyber diplomat or whatever, every new generation has to run through this part of capacity building. If it always has to be funded by a foreign government, that's another question. But the capacity building itself is not intended to stop anywhere soon.
Thank you. So I'll kind of answer on the first part of the question about donor countries. Yes, we've found ourselves being working in a country, and then we find that there is, one of our partners is also there delivering a similar project. And I think some of the accountability does rely on ourselves to try and better coordinate between ourselves and to kind of, as we say, deconflict and avoid this duplication. Because as I've said, funding is, tight in all our countries, so we need to make sure that we are, providing the best offer to the recipient countries. But where we are actually working in a country within Latin America where we did a mapping exercise with the donor countries there to understand about where we could actually have impact. And it's been working very well. And I think this is something that we probably need to kind of replicate much more on a global scale and potentially have a workshop somewhere to kind of start to deliver this. But there's also a bit of accountability on the country's side as well. So I think when you're getting multiple offers from donors on the same area, you know, you need to be telling us that you've got multiple offers. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't, you know, we all need to work together. And if you're thinking you're getting too much help in one area, then let us know. And we're always quite happy to try and pivot. But yeah, I absolutely understand kind of about your frustration on that side. And just thinking about what Regina said about capacity building, you know, cybersecurity is an evolving environment. I can't ever see that, you know, that ever finishing. Even in ourselves, we are constantly learning and having to, you know, adapt to new emerging technologies. So, yeah.
Thank you for that, Rebecca. Maybe quickly back to Christopher.
Thank you, Gilbert. Maybe what I want just to say is, I think previously I mentioned that as the countries who are receiving the donor-funded maybe projects, there is need for us to get organized, emphasized on the being a focal point, let's say, cybersecurity, so that maybe any donor who is coming would just be referred to that focal point and be able to get more what is required and I mean, what activities are happening and what is missing. That's very key. I think which I gave an example of a certain program was learning, or the World Bank. They needed to do something. They consulted us, and then we were advised to say we are missing this point. So this goes back to countries who are receiving these donors to get organized and give forward what is required and what is the priority. Thank you.
I think indeed it does go both ways. So coordination on the ground and coordination between donors. And only when we get both, then it will be possible. Sam, no? So maybe I'll go back to the Q&A. In the meantime, I wanted to close this to have maybe like one key takeaway or two from each. So maybe while you prepare that, I'll turn to the next question.
Thank you, Yasmini. My name is Reverend Dr. Nanaya Prempe. I've taken a few things from this panel, and I was in the UK last month when the Prime Minister hosted the AI Summit. And he personally interviewed, what's his name, the Tesla gentleman, Elon Musk, yes. And there was a little scare in the air when Elon was talking about the impact of AI in the future, which is already here. I don't know if the same experts in the cybersecurity industry are going to be handling AI attacks, because it is seriously going to be more than what we think. And for now, when I go around conferences, it looks like it's the same faces you see. So the capacity building is never ending. When are we going to open up capacity building for the younger people, newer generation? Because we, the same people, are receiving capacity building every day, every time, at the same conferences. You see the same faces. And we personally, I'm speaking from my own personal experience, where as a woman entrepreneur who has not personally benefited from any support financially, technically, from any donor agency. And we keep saying there is support. Where is that support? So before I leave this conference, I need someone to hold my hand and take me somewhere and show me where the money is. Show me where the support is, either technical or financial. Because I'm seriously tired of going to conferences and hearing the money is there, the support is there. The donors will tell you, you are not in our system. What does it take for me to get in the system? I think somebody needs to walk us through the walk and the talk, so that, you know, it's not the same people benefiting all the time. I don't know if donor agencies only deal with governments. I know the DANIDA, USAID, they all say we are dealing with government, but it's the private sector that's moving the nation. So I need help to know where the money is, show me how to get the money, and show me who to talk to. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. So I assume that's a comment more than a question. So if Sam, would you like to?
Well, I heard two parts to the question. First of all, about with these new technologies and who's going to be dealing with that from this community, no? And I mean, I'll leave out the part about money. I'm sure you can speak to someone else about this. But no, I mean, in our particular consultancy, I mean, we're positioning ourselves as emerging technology specialists to deal with policy as well as the technical level, combining these two things. So we learn on behalf of our clients, So at the moment, I have a couple of studies. They're just studies for the moment, but it's studies on generative AI and their impact in policy, their implications, risks, things like that, but also the opportunities. We are doing work to gain this knowledge and share this wider. We also produce research materials occasionally. But I think it's also an opportunity. I mean, you mentioned young people and what are they interested in working in? I think AI particularly is something very attractive to people. And some of the talks this week has been about how do we bring youth and talent to and keep them in cybersecurity, and especially keep them on the good side of cybersecurity. And so I think something like AI could be quite a nice opportunity to do this and to bring people into this exciting space and why it's important. So it's a double-edged thing, I'd say.
Thank you for addressing that. Thank you, Sam. And we're a bit over time, but so I would like to close here. If there's any more questions, feel free to come up to our speakers after. So just to wrap this up, maybe one sentence, what would be one main takeaway for you, Rebecca, from this session? Oh, let's start on this side in that case. Vanessa.
So my sentence will be, there are a lot of things out there, a lot of interesting experiences, initiatives, lessons learned that you can take into consideration, but of course in adapting to your own needs, priorities, context, and culture. That's it.
Excellent, thank you. Sam?
I think my biggest takeaway by listening to everyone else here on the panel is the need for clear and transparent information sharing between all these different parties, because we're trying to build a community around this, it seems. And you've mentioned at the donor level, for example, there should be communication. There needs to be transparency between the members, the beneficiaries, and the other entities. So I think it needs to be a very transparent, clear, and community built on trust. That's my take.
Trust, that's an excellent way of putting it. Thank you. Chris?
Yes, I think there's need for collaboration at the donor level and also at local level. Very key. We're not competing. We're working together. So there's need for collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Regina?
So from my point of view, cyber capacity building can be seen from two perspectives. One is bottom up and the other is top down. And I think the angle of Madam here is somehow related to that this is not always a meeting. So we have a multitude and abundance of cyber capacity building projects, and not everything is seen, recognizable as capacity building, and matches into what we have as broad policy guidelines. So I take this angle with me as a motivation to do better.
Excellent takeaway. Thank you. Rebecca?
I kind of wish I started first. So I'm also going to say, especially around the collaboration part. So definitely I'm going to be taking away to look much more what I can do on the donor collaboration side, but also what the gentleman was saying about kind of in-country capacity transfer as well. I don't think I've embedded that enough within kind of projects that I'm delivering. So I think I'm going to go away and see what more we can be doing there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for our speakers today. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
cybersecurity careers on their horizon. I think there are lots of steps that we need to take before that. And some of the work that goes into building awareness among societies as a whole, how do we work with societies to upskill them about, really how to interact with the digital medium, how to make sure that they are safe and secure online, and eventually, start to imagine possibilities. What could a career in cybersecurity look like as well? So that's really the backdrop. Obviously, there is a massive shortage of cybersecurity talent, and concerted steps need to be taken. 64% of all cyber leaders in one of the surveys that we did said that this is one of the biggest barriers to strengthening cyber resilience, the shortage of talent and retention of talent. So with that, I want to introduce our panelists. So we are very privileged to have Prey Suvansukuroj, Communications and Digital Technology Program Manager for Digital Frontiers, Digital Asia Accelerator. I'm sorry, much as I tried, I think I would have got it wrong.
No, you did
Then
not.
we have Adnan Rahman, Portfolio Lead, Senior Associate and Project Manager at Inspira Advisory and Consulting Limited, Bangladesh. Daniel Santos, Lead for International Outreach, National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, NICE. And last but not the least, Stan Byers, Cybersecurity Team Lead, USAID. So Prai, if I was to turn to you, in your experience, what innovative approaches can help bolster citizen and business understanding of online safety and security practices and promote good cyber hygiene?
Hello. Hello. And thank you. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Perfect. So thank you for the question, and thank you everyone for joining us today. So I think the key to designing any approach to the program is to really understand how does our target audience make sense of the issue that we're trying to resolve, and really trying to understand also the factors that influence the understanding of those issues, because these insights would first let us understand or help us determine the reach and the resonance with the target audience that we want to talk to. And also it would also help us determine with the larger strategy that we have to follow, whether there's any synergies or dissonances that we could try to address. And so once we have those insights, then we could then think about how we can collaborate or co-create programs with the people that we're working with, because essentially the beneficiaries are actually not the people we're working for, but the people we're working with. And so just to give you a brief example of what we did in Mongolia, so we did a cybersecurity awareness racing campaign in Mongolia. So we did a formative research to really understand what are the issues and what are the ways people understand or not particularly understand about cybersecurity issues. And so from that, we decided that, so the target audience is actually the entire population of Mongolia, and we decided that in order to reach that population, we rely on the pop culture to drive our cybersecurity awareness raising campaign. And so we collaborated with two pop artists to write a song that embed the cybersecurity awareness key message in the song. So when you listen to it, you don't really know. But then, no, listen to me. And then, but then once we released the song, and then we released a series of interviews and behind the scenes of the music video shooting, and that's when the two artists talk about, okay, this is the inspiration behind the song, and then they talk about, okay, this particular verse is talking about cybersecurity and talk about data privacy. And so having those two influential pop artists talk about how important cybersecurity is to them, it's a very, it's really effective in terms of reach and resonance that I talked about earlier. Just to briefly answer the second part of your question, which is about how to encourage people to promote the good cyber hygiene practices. So we learned that by creating understanding or creating awareness about cybersecurity, it's not particularly enough to make people want to advocate for cybersecurity practices. So, and then we learned also that by making sure that people realize first the importance and truly understand the urgency of cybersecurity, it's actually, people tend to build this sense of responsibility and take ownership in promoting or advocating for cybersecurity. Yeah, so I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. I think that was particularly powerful in terms of how you use influencers to really drive home the point. What I want to move over to you now, it's a well-known fact that, we embed cyber hygiene in societies, but what's the baseline over there? What are we measuring there? So my question to you is, what does the culture of cybersecurity across society look like?
All right, so I think anyone can Google the definition of a cybersecurity culture, but I would like to more break it down in a conceptual way. So I've actually done a lot of behavioral change campaigns. So from that perspective, we sort of break it down into A, B, C. So A stands for awareness. Awareness is when you know any piece of information. It can be any piece of knowledge. B is behavior, when you are applying that piece of knowledge, when you are just using what you know. And C is when it becomes culture, when everyone around you is following what they know. Everyone around you is practicing that bit of knowledge. Just to give one bit of example, even after recent MFA hackings and whatnot, we know that multi-factor authentication still stops around 30 to 50% of all hacking attempts. So I would say that's a useful piece of information. Step 2 is when people start applying it. And step 3 is when everyone on the internet starts applying it. So if you just think about that, if every internet user was applying multi-factor authentication, we would effectively be stopping 30 to 50% of all hacking attempts. And essentially that is what the idea of a cybersecurity culture is. We talk a lot about the absolute essential cybersecurity measures. We know about strong passwords, multi-factor authentication, always checking for phishing links, and always updating software. Imagine if everyone started doing that in society, everyone who was online started doing that, it would tremendously reduce the pressure on the cybersecurity professionals. We've actually repeated that time and time again during the COVID pandemic. If people always wear masks, if people are respectful of spacing, then it reduces the burden on healthcare professionals. And that is the same when it comes to cybersecurity as well. So if we can embed a culture of cybersecurity across society, what it means that the job becomes a lot easier for cybersecurity professionals. So I did sort of mention it in a very simplified way, ABC, but how we get from A to C can often be very, very difficult. And whatever campaigns we use have to be highly contextualized. So Prey was mentioning something about resonance. So I sort of come from a marketing background, and this is something that we constantly do when we work with brands. Like the messaging that you use has to resonate with your target audience. So to get someone from awareness to behavior, you have to find the line of messaging that resonates with them. So at the end of the day, I think Osama Manzar mentioned it in his session yesterday that you need hyper-localization of any sort of awareness campaigns. And we often say that if anyone sends a scam message, like a mass scam message, we treat it as sort of a lame phishing attempt, like no one's going to fall for that. But the truth is, the similar can be said of any mass cybersecurity awareness campaign as well. If you're not tailoring it to your audience, it's just as likely to fail. So, yeah.
Taking a simple concept and highlighting the complexity behind that, and we'll definitely have an opportunity to go more into understanding that complexity when we go into the breakouts. But now I want to switch gears. I've been assuming we've done things right, people are aware that, you need to have best-in-class cybersecurity practices, and they become so inspired that they want to pursue a career in cybersecurity. So Stan, I turn to you to ask, what are the key skills that would make a candidate more attractive to the cybersecurity industry?
Thank you. Wow, it's loud. There's kind of, is it too loud? Okay. There are three things that kind of I thought about on this, and that represent all of that. It's not really a simple thing. So, but the three that I came up with were, one, just a curiosity, because this is not a well-defined field, because it is changing incredibly rapidly, and that you have to want to learn new things without it being something that is well known. You have to be wanting to think about new ways of approaching this, as it evolves, how do these new issues that come into the sector apply, what no longer applies, and having that continual kind of innovative approach and having the curiosity to do that. Related to that is then the second characteristic of kind of proactive problem solving. No one's going to tell you how to do your cybersecurity job, because there's so few people that there aren't clear guidelines, there aren't best practices, especially in new markets, where places where digital technologies and digital transformation is happening, relatively recently or is ongoing right now. It's both new and changing incredibly fast, and new technologies are now being that even if you knew what it was a few years ago, it's now something new, and it's going to continue to change at an accelerating rate. So you have to be thinking proactively of what are the new problems, what are the things we have to figure out now, and not waiting for someone to tell you this is what you have to do now. And then once you figure out what the new thing, proactively with your own agency, saying I'm going to go figure that out, and I'm not going to wait that somewhere else this is going to get solved, because that's not the reality. The people, it's a small community right now, so the conversations we're having right now, this is where these things are getting figured out. This isn't okay, someone else is going to be, we're just talking about it. This community of people here at this conference are a lot of the people that are going to figure out the future of this field. So we have to take that to heart when we think about going into this field. And then finally, because of all this, you also need a high level of integrity and responsibility, because this cuts across so many different things, because it's undefined, because there aren't clear guidelines or guardrails on all this. Once you do have some level of proficiency with it, it actually opens up a lot of opportunities for you in both positive ways and potentially negative ways. And there are incentives in many cases to go in a move in a less responsible direction for self-gain, or in some cases where people are being recruited into those environments because the malicious actors that are out there also need these skills, and they're increasingly actively looking to recruit people. So how do you build that integrity in? Part of it is, and this is something we have to think about as people that are trying to build the sector, creating the right incentive structures so that integrity gets rewarded. And one of the comments that was made to me actually at lunch today by someone from Kenya was that the way skills right now get announced, the way you introduce yourself as a skilled actor in this space is you hack into something. And then that often gets rewarded. Okay, there is some place for that, because there are going to be a lot of particularly young people that are learning this stuff and are going to be showing their skills. So let's find ways to guide them in a more ethical direction and to give them a promising career doing ethical hacking. But the same thing means for less maybe obvious parts of cybersecurity, that 80% that's not technical. When people are in government that are really pushing this and doing the right thing and have that ethical foundation, we need to have incentives built into that are going to keep them moving in their career and give them the opportunities to continue to build. Because if they're curious, if they are proactive problem solvers and they have integrity and they're not getting rewarded, they're going to move on and they're going to do something else. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your reflections. And really, I think that my question to you is, how do organizations foster a sense of purpose to inspire cybersecurity professionals?
Yeah, I think, it's weird hearing your voice that loud. I think when it comes to inspiring, that cybersecurity careers and getting people into cybersecurity careers, it was actually mentioned in this room earlier today on a different panel about reaching kids younger. They were talking about education and how young do we start teaching education. And I think the same thing could be said not only in skills, but the purpose of that is to get them aware of cybersecurity careers. Organizations helping to get youth aware that these careers exist. How many of you in the room run or participate in national awareness campaigns? Quite a few, right? And I think my fellow panelist here was talking about pop culture and singers and things like that. I think we can do the same for careers. We can make it look fun. We can make kids interested, and I wouldn't stop there at kids either, because there's a huge talent pool we could reach by bringing in people from other past careers. I couldn't agree more with the top 3 skills you mentioned. None of them were technical, if you were listening. And I think a lot of the current workforce that might be interested in making a career change, who have those 3 skills, would be excellent candidates for cybersecurity careers. So I think the more we can promote awareness of them and utilize things like national awareness campaigns to include career awareness, not just this is how you use MFA, this is how you make sure you're safe online, but also take the next step and talk to them about careers and make them aware that there's a broad variety of careers that you can have. It doesn't just look this one way. It looks like many different things. And then on top of that, there are many different ways to get to that career. There's not one single path you have to follow. You don't have to have a computer science or engineering degree. You can get into the field in a variety of different ways. And then the last thing I'd say is having designated champions who can be those role models and figures. Again, another panel here at this conference, someone was talking about, when I was younger, I wanted to be X occupation because that's what everyone who looked like me was in that occupation. I didn't know I could be a cybersecurity person because that's just not where I saw myself. So the more we can get people out in front of others, talking about what they do in cybersecurity and showing people that it's a very diverse field. It can be. I know we talk a lot about the gender disparity and things like that, but I think we can find those golden nuggets of people who are doing great things and amplify them, and I think that'll really help generate more interest and get people into the careers.
I'm also one of those candidates who started off with a career on merchant ships for first 10 years and then subsequently through various routes transitioned into cybersecurity quite by accident. But Stan was also saying that a lot of the answers to the issues lie in this room. And therefore, I think it's really important for us at this stage to tap into your collective intelligence to reflect upon some of the themes that have been touched upon. So we'd like to break you up into...
Chez, before we actually break out, I would just like to add on to what Daniel was saying, if you would allow, of course. Sure. So since the theme of this panel is to think outside the box, so I was having a few thoughts. So just awareness raising might not be enough as well. We have to sort of compare that with what Prey was mentioning with pop culture, because the power of pop culture is really immense. So back in 1986, when the first Top Gun movie came out, the following year, the US military enlistments rose by 500%. So, and there was an earlier survey done in the US in 2020 where they surveyed over 1,000 employed people, and they found out that 58% of them had been in some way impressioned by pop culture to choose their way of the career. So I just like to mention that the power of pop culture is out there, and I'm not suggesting we make like a Top Gun style movie as much as I love Tom Cruise, but the one other thing I would like to point out is that there's a lot of asymmetry here actually. So what Stan was mentioning is that a lot of kids get into the idea of ethical hacking. So I'm fairly young. I grew up playing a lot of video games. I watched a lot of movies where hacking was portrayed as something that was very cool. So naturally people think that they could be ethical hackers, whereas there is like a perfectly formal way of doing that. It's vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, but people don't know about those jobs. So it would be really cool if you could portray the way that actual cybersecurity consultants work, cybersecurity testers work, and the fact that it's such a diverse field. What Daniel was mentioning about bringing in more diversity, particularly women, and I think in this room earlier, Randy Pestania from the Florida International University, he was saying that they were having trouble with influential women in cybersecurity. They wanted to bring in role models, but they were having a hard time finding very successful women in cybersecurity to be faculties there. But with pop culture and with fiction, you could absolutely fix that. Like, just think about what Marvel is doing for diversity. A lot of children from various backgrounds are feeling empowered. So I just wanted to throw that thought out there. Like, it's not just cybersecurity professionals running awareness campaigns. There's a huge role that the creative media also has to play here.
I'm going to add one quick thing to add on to that. I agree with everything we were saying. I think I love these innovative approaches to generating the excitement and the empowerment, among groups and individuals that may not be considering it or be considered for it. And then I think the second step we have to take as maybe more institutional actors, whether it be a business or a government structure or a nonprofit, whatever it is, you have to recognize to keep that talent, to retain it, we have to create an environment that, if we create that excitement, and then they go into it, and the reality is that they're not empowered, in the organization, that they're not being included in the strategic development of what's happening, even though what they're doing cuts across it all, then they're going to get disillusioned, and they're going to, it's going to be hard to retain people. So we have to think on the other end of, once we can find the people, we have to create careers for them that follow up on that promise. That these are exciting careers, that you are going to have opportunities, you are going to be an integral part of your institution, because what you do is really important to it, and just creating opportunities for others. And so we have to then rethink from our perspective of how do we create that environment that is going to be really rewarding for people that are coming into it.
Thank you very much for that. I think from Top Gun to fighter pilots, maybe let's see from awareness to cybersecurity professionals, how do we solve some of these issues within our 4 breakouts? So the first breakout is going to be around the culture of cybersecurity with Adnan. Those of you interested in exploring that element, feel free to join him there. It's at the far end of the room. The second one is around innovative and creative ways that organizations have experimented to inspire, encourage, and attract talent, and that's going to be with Prey. The third group is going to be all about how do we raise awareness about careers in cybersecurity with Stan. And finally, with Danielle, we're going to look at what are some of the best practices and lessons learned to foster a new generation of cybersecurity professionals.